Tiana, now we mourn. Away, Santiana. We left him buried off Cape Horn, along the plains of Mexico.
What we're going to do now is do something a little bit different. We're called Surreal Clarks because we do change things a wee bit, and we've got a bit of a trombone in there playing traditional music, which is a bit unusual. So what we're going to do now is Aaron's going to play a tune which he calls The Ghost in the Glen, which features the melodeon heavily, and then after that we're going to go into a Scandinavian type traditional tune called Emma's Waltz. So you want to take it away, Aaron? Well, thank you very much. Anyway, I think we've come to virtually the end of the set. We've just got one more number to play, and I'd like to thank Hands Up for Trad for giving us an opportunity to come down here, which is really nice of them. Really appreciate that. So we're going to finish our little set with a short schottische, and we hope to see you again sometime. We're called Surreal Clarks, and we have Kyle on baron and trombone, Aaron on melodeon, and I'm Andy. So thanks for having us, and we'll see you again sometime. Thank you. Thanks for that.
To say hello, letting us know where you are watching and listening from. David Crawford in Holmes Chapel in Cheshire. We've got Patricia Irwin who's watching in Texas. Hello to you out there. Jill Halsworth, Hannah Ross is washing the dishes in Linlithgow. Not a glamorous view behind the screen, fair enough. But at least you're getting your jobs done, Hannah. Shona Felsman's loving the music and this wee touch of home all the way from Australia. Hannah, I've been looking at the melodeon that came to me after my granddad died. The whole diatonic thing confuses my brain a lot, but fingers crossed I will get there eventually. Fingers crossed might be part of your problem, Hannah. Just an idea. Chaz Ford saying, great stuff, lads, doing the Tin Hut sessions and yourselves proud. The Tin Hut sessions, of course, the Clark guys' local gig up in Gartley there in Aberdeenshire. A brilliant venue. Once live music gets back on the go, places like the Tin Hut should be top of your list to visit. An absolutely brilliant crack night, assured, in wee venues like that. Oh, Lindsay Pennycook's loving the music. Pascal Audouin, hello from Brittany. Bonjour, Pascal. Thank you for joining us. So, we have another act warming up in our other stage. We've got the PD stage and the stage 4, and in between times I'll be singing songs, playing tunes for you, just to allow the guys, our magic tech crew, a bit of time to get things changed over. So, Hannah, who's doing the dishes and a bit confused about the diatonic accordion, has requested this number. I had put feelers out on social media. If anybody has any requests for songs or tunes you'd like to hear in these little interval bits, Hannah has requested music for a found harmonium. So I'm going to give that a go for you. Ooh, this is a tune that I've been playing for years and years, a really popular tune. I think it was on an advert. Simon Jeffs from the Penguin Cafe Orchestra wrote this, and it moves through a lot of different keys. It was one of these things that as a teenager was just an absolute sort of dream tune to learn how to play, but also really difficult to get your fingers around. And I played it loads when I was a teenager, haven't played it much, and then the last year I kind of got back into playing it. So, music for a found harmonium, and then I'll tell you a bit about our next act. So, back to the showcase now. In the PD stage, we have, hang on, index cards. It's like doing a solo talk in high school. Our next artist for you is from Stirling originally and came through the Gaelic medium education system. She's a bit of a polymath. She studied contemporary dance in Dundee before moving to Glasgow to pursue her musical studies at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland. She's recently been involved in MAME with Theatre Guilior, incorporating British Sign Language into that performance, and is currently working on BSL translations of lots of Gaelic songs. She's accompanied today by the fantastic Neil Sutcliffe on box. Please enjoy the lovely sounds of Evie Waddell.
Húsin sin nad fallaf nad gabai Mission am hui Echem bauen mo fort. Jed ein miach kajed natulen. Surstule brieren nach behun. Orse hanei hiari buamse. Jerik mi mach matines galab mi chotra. Oprik mi seirik mi son mi vi mar ha mi. Sna ha kan da jus gilin ruai. Katel duskeg feitne shi. Kerstes keines du labs go schind. Kerstes ist doch kadem in jid. Evan in die hen hamin yi. Struak nach de vrinu sandal shachat. Spikaram sluyaram vi bekkerach nam goi. Ishin and draskut nach istuk tule John. Moskil sifo and pilnan joy. Nam guik famische huai salrama. Ach hualis am brishim zwa ishling gubuan. Ich milen wie es kein Bakel güntuan. Nam rein tirarum se fuai. Kakel duskeg feijene shi. Karstes keines du labs go schind. Karstes ist doch karmen zum chi. Evan nichen hamin yi. Kakel duskeg feijene shi. Karstes keines du labs go schind. Karstes ist doch karmen zum chi. Evan nichen hamin yi. Evan nichen hamin yi. Evan nichen hamin yi. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. My name's Evie Waddell, and joining me today is Neil Sutcliffe. That was a contemporary Gaelic song by Gilabridge Macmillan, and he's written quite a few songs along the themes of refugees, and this one, he's written another one called Challan Down, which was specifically about the 2015 Syrian refugee crisis, and this one's more broad. And it considers the importance of friendship and kindness and patience when far from home. So bheith agu du an ágrich agus jansich mé sin vo Ishbel MacDonald ach kitach van a bhí a géisteach rí in Cláraic Gilabridge. Yeah, so let's move on now to The Slave's Lament by Robert Burns, which was written in 1792, so quite a while ago. And it's thought that he wrote this after seeing slave ships docked in Fife en route from Senegal to Virginia. And I mean, although in this song he's clearly reflecting on the outrage of slavery, I think it's important to remember a few years before that he was considering working as he was on the verge of working as an overseer of slaves on a plantation in Jamaica. But yeah, it's a really powerful song that emphasises British colonialism that still need to address. So we learned this from Joe Miller, his mum, who was my fiddle and singing teacher in my earlier years. Yeah, let's get into it. It was in sweet Senegal that my foes dead me and thrall, for the lands of Virginia, Virginia, oh. Torn from that lovely shore, and must never see it more. And alas, I am weary, weary, oh. All on that charming coast was no bitter snow or frost, like the lands of Virginia, Virginia, oh. Their streams forever flow, and their flowers forever grow. And alas, I am weary, weary, oh. This burden I must bear, while the cruel scourge I fear, in the lands of Virginia, Virginia, oh. And I think on friends most dear, with a bitter, bitter tear. And alas, I am weary, weary, oh. And alas, I am weary, weary, oh. Thanks. And now we have The Last Leviathan, which I first heard sung by Cameron Nixon, and I think he learnt it from Rod Patterson, and I don't know who he learnt it from. But it's also been sung by people like Archie Fisher and Sheena Wellington, and it's an English folk song, and written in 1986. Yes, that's it, I'm sure. And it blatantly confronts extinction, and in this case, it's the brutal threat that humans inflict on whale survival. So I'm singing from the perspective of the whale. So, become the whale now. Right. My soul has been torn from me, and I am bleeding. My heart has been rent, and I am crying, for the beauty around me fades, and I am screaming. I am the last of the great whales, and I am dying. Last night I heard the song of my last companion. Then came a blast from a harpoon gun, and I so am alone. I reflect on days gone by, when we were thousands, and I know why I soon must die, the last Leviathan. This morning the sun did rise, crimson in the north sky. The ice was the colour of blood, and the wind did sigh. I rose to take a breath. came the roar of death, and now I'm gone. And now that we're all gone, there'll be no more hunting. The big fellow is no more, and there's no use lamenting. What race will be next in line? All for the slaughter. The elephant or the seal, or your sons and daughters. My soul has been torn from me, and I am bleeding. My heart has been rent, and I am crying, for the beauty around me fades, and I am screaming. I am the last of the great whales, and I am dying. Thank you. Gonna move on from being a whale to being something different. I'm just gonna have a sip of water. That's okay. This one is it's called "I Will Give My Love an Apple," and again I learnt this from his mum, and it's a Riddle song. So riddle me this, and have fun trying to work it out. Yeah. Oh, this is quite noisy. Squeaky bottle. I will give my love an apple without a core. I will give my love a house without a door. I will give my love a palace wherein they may be, and they may unlock it without a key. How can there be an apple without a core? How can there be a house without a door? How can there be a palace wherein they may be, and they may unlock it without a key? My head is the apple without a core. My mind is the house without a door. My heart is the palace wherein they may be, and they may unlock it without a key. Yep, that was a short one there. We've got a bit of a longer, intense set, so I'm going to take more fuel and have a little drink.
Give you a minute.
this is yet another one I learnt from Jo, Neil's mum, and the arrangement as well. And ha ansen sette purst ha agin fachgetu seren tavi rilene cholle due agus kutamor yasage. Yeah, I usually sing this with my pal Bethany. So this goes out to her and to Jo. I enjoy singing it with you too.
Thanks,
Isn't that what I'm
Evie.
saying?
That's lovely. That's great. No, I'm so used to hearing you and Bethany sing it, actually. But
Yeah, no, it's nice with an
nice to
octave
jump.
down and Becken kjol or some dance gicken dahi. I don't think that's enough. Fachgedu seren tavi, fachgedu saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, fachgedu saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, saventar, ili seren tavi, ili saventar, ili seren tavi, saventar, ili seren tavi, ili saventar, ili seren tavi, saventar,
Fachgedu seren tavi, fachgedu saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, fachgedu saventar, fachgedu seren tavi, saventar, ili seren tavi, ili saventar, ili seren tavi, saventar, ili seren tavi, ili saventar, ili seren tavi, saventar.
Rille nachle goe dansen at den gen rille nachle goe vroeg boyach rille nachle goe dansen at den gen rille nachle goe vroeg boyach je fu ad en agasim skash en baneri je fu ad en agasim magas banje bo en je fu ad en agasim skash en baneri je fu ad en agasim magas banje bo en rille nachle goe dansen at den gen rille nachle goe vroeg boyach rille nachle goe dansen at den gen rille nachle goe vroeg boyach je fu ad en agasim skash en baneri je fu ad en agasim magas banje bo en je fu ad en agasim skash en baneri je fu ad en agasim magas banje bo hakot de moyel se cheran de nina nila hakot de moyel se cheran de dolle posik hakot de moyel se cheran de nina nila hakot de moyel se cheran de dolle posik an in je ner an in je ner an in je nila an de dolle posik an in je ner an in je ner an in je nila an de dolle posik hakot de moyel se cheran de nina nila hakot de moyel se cheran de dolle posik
Hakot de moyel se cheran de nina nila hakot de moyel se cheran de dolle posik
an in je ner an in je ner an in je nila
an de dolle posik
an in je ner an in je ner an in je nila
an de dolle posik.
Oh, that one's always fun. Yeah. Whew. Right, we're going to bring the energy down a lot now with the next song.
I must say, it's very strange not to see people, but hope
Yeah.
you're enjoying it wherever you are out there.
Yeah, don't know where to look. Yeah, this is do you call it a penultimate, the second last? This is, it's like flown by. And this is a well-known, to some, song called The Cruel Mother. And for those that don't know the story, a woman gives birth in the woods to two so-called illegitimate children. We think they're twins, and suddenly she kills them and buries them in the woods. And on her way home, she sees two children playing, and she says to them, "Oh, if you were mine, I'd look after you and dress you in fine garments." But they reply, these sort of, I imagine them as like kind of ghostly spirited children, they say, oh, no, you weren't great. You weren't the best mum. You murdered us. So, yeah, that's their take on it. What else do I want to say about this? I mean, although it's titled The Cruel Mother, and what she does is brutal, the world can still be a cruel place for single mothers and single parents. So I learnt this rendition from Fiona Hunter. Yeah, if I could have a note.
Of course. Sorry.
And then you can go back to your water. Was that a D?
That was a D.
Good. In Logan's woods, in Logan's breast, I helped my bonny lassie on wi' her claes. First her hose and then her shoe. She gart me the slip when she was done. She's a lean her back against a thorn, and there she has twa bonny bairns born. There she has twa bonny bairns born, down by the greenwood side, yo. She's taken a ribbon frae off her hair, and she's choked them though they grat sair. She's choked them though they grat sair, down by the greenwood side, yo. She's dug a hole both lang and deep, and she's buried them where nane might see. She's buried them where nane might see, down by the greenwood side, yo. Recht away as she get hame, saying might meddle wi' her fair fame, saying might meddle wi' her fair fame, down by the greenwood side, yo. For days and weeks she was pale and wan. What she thought, oh, there's none could tell. What she thought, oh, there's none could tell. Down by the greenwood side, yo. As she was a-looking at yon castle wall, she saw twa bonny bairns playing at the bar. She saw twa bonny bairns playing at the bar, down by the greenwood side, yo. Oh, bairns, bairns, gin ye were mine, I'd gie you coos, milk and red wine. I'd gie you coos, milk and red wine, down by the greenwood side, yo. Oh, mither, mither, you once were thine, yet dinna gie us coos, milk or red wine. Yet dinna gie us coos, milk or red wine, down by the greenwood side, yo. You took a ribbon frae off your hair, and ye choked us though we grat sair. Ye choked us though we grat sair, down by the greenwood side, yo. Oh, bairns, bairns, come tell me true what the future holds for you. What the future holds for you, down by the greenwood side, yo. Oh, mither, mither, ye ken richt the wheel. 'Tis we in heaven, and heaven must dwell, while ye mun drag the fierce fires o' hell, down by the greenwood side, yo. it's happened so fast. We're at our last one. I imagine this song as a like folk club sing along vibe. If it's any song, then it's this song by Michael Mara. It's the lovely Haremless. So yeah, please sing at home. And thanks to everyone, to Simon and the Hands Up for Trad team, and to Anna, and cheers to Neil. I've been Evie Waddell.
You have been. You still are,
I
I think. And
Yeah.
thanks very much to Kev on the sound and for helping us with everything.
Yeah.
That was great.
Yeah, and Ross for showing us around this lovely place. Yeah. Bye.
You ready?
Yes.
Ooh.
With my hand on my heart and my heart in my mouth, with arms that could reach out the sea. My feet might be big, but the insects are safe. They'll never get stood on by me. Harmless, there's never any bother for me. I ging to the library, I took out a book, and then I come home for my tea. I saved all the coupons that come with the soup, and when I have saved 53, I'll send a 50, put 3 in the drawer, then something gets posted to me. Harmless, there's never any bother for me. I day with them tilt and I tidy my room, and then I come down for my tea. There's in our toilets where I could cry my chums. They're happy and meek as can be. There's Tam with his pigeons, and Willie his mice, and Robert McLennan and me. Harmless, there's never any bother for me. I ging to the library, I took out a book, and then I come home for my tea. Harmless, there's never any bother for me. Naebody'd ken if I was nae there, if I didn't come home for my tea.
Ah, beautiful. Well done to Evie and Neil. Fantastic music. What a fantastic way to end the set as well, with the inimitable Michael Mara's Harmless. Ken was asking for the names of the performers there. Evie Waddell and Neil on the box. What a great duo. So, a few of you have been in touch. We've got Morag Brown enjoying the music in Muir of Ord up there in the north. We've got folk in Texas. We've got folk in Australia. Ken has been in touch. He's a music journalist from Maryland, just across the border from Washington, D.C. I hope you're all sitting comfortably. Spot of lunch. bit of a sandwich, cheese toasty, cup of tea. Of course, if you're an international viewer, you might be at your 11s, you might be at your dinner. Who knows? Get in touch, let us know what you're up to. We'd love to hear from more of you, get an idea of where our audience are this afternoon. So, as our next band gets set up in the stage roar, I'm going to give you another wee song. And this one comes from the pen of a Glasgow-based singer-songwriter, a fellow Highlander originally. Finley Napier is from Granton-on-Spey, now lives in Glasgow. And over the past few months, actually for quite a while now, Finley has been running the Glasgow Songwriting Festival, running songwriting workshops as well. He's doing online courses. He and Boo Hewardine work a lot together, and they're doing these Bird on a Wire songwriting courses. So check those out if you're any interest in songwriting. This is a song that Finley wrote as a sort of challenge a few years ago. The challenge was minimalism. So this is a song that has only 3 chords, 29 words, and just the first 5 notes of a major scale. So I suppose probably should have told you that after, because now you'll maybe be counting. But it's a song from Finley Napier called Crystal Heart. She said, hold me, so I did. Something happened and she slept. Edges smooth soon became sharp. It's easy to break a crystal heart. Crystal heart. Crystal heart. It's easy to break a crystal heart. She said, leave me, so I did. Something happened, I lost grip. Edges smooth soon became sharp. It's easy to break a crystal heart. Crystal heart. Crystal heart. It's easy to break a crystal heart. Crystal heart. Crystal heart. It's easy to break a crystal heart. Leave the splinters of her broken heart. That's Crystal Heart, written by Finley Napier. And there's been some wild gesticulating, so I'm going to give you another little tune now. This is a tune written by the fantastic John McCusker, fiddler from Bothwell originally, close to Glasgow here. He played with the Battlefield Band. He's played with many singers over the years. He's a producer, composer, really talented multi-instrumentalist. Currently works a lot with Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits. Anyway, years ago, John wrote this tune. They were on tour, and I believe the discussion in the van, these discussions happen in tour vans that, you know, weird things get discussed. And I think the discussion had been, is there anything smaller than a Shetland pony? What would it be? And so John ended up writing this tune called The Shetland Molecule. So give you that. It's kind of, I suppose it's a slow reel. Now, back to stage 4, the big stage on the other side of the glass. We have a 5-piece band for you. These are a band, get the index card out. A 5-piece band who were formed in summer of 2018, where they performed as the Fèis Forst, that's the Stirling area, Cayley Trail. Now, some of you might be very familiar with the Cayley Trail, what it is, what it does. Some of you might never have heard of it before. So allow me to just tell you a wee bit about it, because there very well may be one happening in your local area. Lots of Scotland's local Fèis, so the organisations that take part in music education, Gaelic and Scots traditional music and language education for kids, whether they be primary, secondary and a lot of adult learners as well actually. These Fèis groups throughout the summer put on what's called a Cayley Trail, where they take promising young musicians from their area and put them into a band, and they'll have professional musicians come in and sort of guide them and give them a bit of advice, help them put their sets together, both concert sets, dance sets, and the idea is that they travel around their local area playing Cayleys throughout the summer. And they'll do concert sets, they'll do dance sets, they'll teach you how to do the dances. The idea is to give young musicians an opportunity to experience a bit of touring, to try out working as a musician, see if it's the sort of thing that they would enjoy pursuing as a career, but also just an experience of a brilliant, fun summer job as well. So our next act, Madaram, met as the Fèis Forst, the Stirling Cayley Trail in 2018, and then they've gone on to just keep going as a band. They've played various folk clubs and festivals, and they've released their first album, Ebb and Flow, just at the start of March this year. And their second album is already started work on. Is that... God, very efficient, these young musicians. You can check them out. Actually, all of our acts today, if you're enjoying the music, if you're into what they do, check them out on the social media. They've all got social media, websites, Twitters, Instagrams. They're probably on the TikTok and all of that carry on as well. This next band are going to give us some Breton, Gaelic songs, contemporary Scottish tunes and some self-penned numbers. So please enjoy the sounds of Madaram.
I'm all ye colliers who work down the mines, from Scotland to South Wales, from Teesdale to Tynes. I'll tell you a story about the pound the week rise, and the men who were fooled by the government's lies. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. In 1960, a few years ago, the mine workers' leaders to Lord Robbins did go, saying we work very hard, every day we risk our lives, so we ask you here and now for a pound a week rise. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. Well, up spoke Lord Robbins, and he made this decree. He said, when the output rises, with you I will agree to raise up all your wages and give to you fair pay. For I was once a miner and I worked hard in my day. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. The miners, they went home and they worked hard and well, their lungs filled with coal dust in the bosom of hell. The output rose by 15, 18% and more, and when 2 years had come and gone, it rose about a score. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. To get their hard-earned prize, they asked Lord Robbins for their pound a week rise. But Robbins wouldn't give a pound, he wouldn't give 10 bob. He gave them 7 and 6 and said, get back to your jobs. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. So come all ye colliers, take heed to what I say. Don't believe Lord Robbins when he says he'll give fair pay. He'll tell you to work hard and make the output rise, but you'll get pie in the sky instead of a pound a week rise. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise. And it's down you go, down below, Jack. You'll never see the skies when you're working in a dungeon for your pound a week rise.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for joining us. Hello, we are Madaram. So that was Pound a Week Rise by Ed Pickford, which was the first single released off our debut album, Ebb and Flow, which came out back in March. We're going to carry on now with another song from Ebb and Flow. This one is called Tiny Trains, and I wrote it a couple of years ago for my younger brother when he turned 19. So yeah, this is Tiny Trains. Pushing tiny trains around on the shining, pristine floor. Only feels like yesterday since life hit me like it never had before. And you lift me from the floor. I can't recall a time before there was room enough for two. The rooms, they only seem to grow as these things often do. And there's always room for two. So we'll go chasing over bridges, and you and in our heels, race across the hard wet sand just to see how the ocean feels. Just to see how the ocean feels. I hear you playing in your your dressing gown as if you're on the grandest stage. 19 years have flown and now we've nothing left to change. And I'll see you up on that stage. So we'll go chasing over bridges, and you and in our heels, race across the hard wet sand just to see how the ocean feels. Just to see how the ocean feels. Say goodbye for another week, but I'll see you here again. Maybe not for a little while, I'll be singing until then. And I'll see you up here again. So we'll walk into tomorrow with the sunrise at our backs. Talk and laugh of days to come as we forge a brand new track. With the sun upon our backs. So we'll go chasing over bridges, and you and in our heels, race across the hard wet sand just to see how the ocean feels. And we'll go chasing over bridges, and you and in our heels, race across the hard wet sand just to see how the ocean feels. Just to see how the ocean feels.
you very much. So that was our set called the Omnichanga set. So it was a set of 2 tunes I wrote last year that I got my parents to name. The first one my dad forgot to name, so I ended up calling it Woodlands Road. And the second one, my mum, I asked her what to call it, and she just said the word Omnichanga, which, as far as we're aware, doesn't have a meaning, but it now means that tune. So we're now going to move on to a song called Ebb and Flow, which is the title track of our previously mentioned debut album, Ebb and Flow. And I wrote this a couple of years ago, just about during the summer, about the nights getting nice and long, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's Ebb and Flow. Can I move this over a little bit again? Summer nights come rolling in, the dark evenings are on the mend, and I sit a while a time away, watch the days begin to fade, and I feel the ebb and flow of all the times I wish to pass. We know there's darker days to come, we can watch the evenings come undone, and the stars won't fall like dominoes, the waves are crashing row upon row, but I feel the ebb and flow of all the times I wish to pass. And dark colours fly into the sky, create a million galaxies, unknown questions why they shine when we all think that we own. So come on, elucidation tell the posh big shine. She's calling out for you. Whoa, I can feel the ebb and flow of all the times I wish to pass.
With the first tune called Thompson Fiddle by Jenna Reed, and the second tune is a tune that I wrote called Sweeping the Floor. Oh, well. Yeah.
play the sort of multi set of today. So this is a pretty new set for us. It's called Puddle Ducks. It consists of 2 tunes. First one is The Crystal Year by Brian Finnegan, and the second one is The Teether by Jem Irving. So, hope you enjoy. So we're now going to go on to our final set, which is a song called Dès que le vent soufflera, which means as soon as the wind blows. C'est pas l'homme qui prend la mer, c'est la mer qui prend l'homme. Moi la mer, elle m'a pris. Je me souviens un mardi. J'ai troqué mes Santiago et mon cuir un peu zone contre une paire de Dockside et un vieux ciré jaune. J'ai déserté les crasses qui me disaient sois prudent, la mer c'est dégueulasse, les poissons baissent dedans. Dès que le vent soufflera, je repartira. Dès que les vents tourneront, nous nous en allerons. C'est pas l'homme qui prend la mer, c'est la mer qui prend l'homme. Moi la mer elle m'a pris, je me souviens mardi. Déserter les crasses qui me disaient sois prudent, la mer c'est dégueulasse, les poissons baissent dedans. Dès que le vent soufflera, je repartira. Dès que les vents tourneront, nous nous en allerons. C'est pas l'homme qui prend la mer, c'est la mer qui prend l'homme. On la prend pas la femme qui préfère la campagne. La mienne m'attend au bord, au bout de la jetée. L'horizon est bien mort dans ses yeux délavés. Assise sur une bite d'amarrage, elle pleure son homme qui la quitte. La mer c'est son malheur. Dès que le vent soufflera, je repartira. Dès que les vents tourneront, nous nous en allerons. Chaque étape, si tous les gars du monde veulent bien me lâcher la grappe, j'irai aux quatre vents, foutre un peu le boxon. Jamais les océans n'oublieront mon prénom. Dès que le vent soufflera, je repartira. Dès que les vents tourneront, nous nous en allerons. C'est pas l'homme qui prend la mer, c'est la mer qui prend l'homme. La mer, elle m'a pris, je me souviens vendredi. Ne pleure plus ma mère, ton fils est matelot. Ne pleure plus mon père, je vis au fil de l'eau. Regardez votre enfant, il est parti marin. Je sais c'est pas marrant, mais c'était mon destin. Dès que le vent soufflera, je repartira. Dès que les vents tourneront, nous nous en very much for listening and tuning in. I hope you have had a good sort of afternoon, and also there's many more amazing acts to come. So we have been Madaram. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day.
Stumbled across this. Karen James, brilliant. I just happened upon this and it's made my day. Send stars, everyone. Glad to see that so many of you are enjoying today's showcase. Give us a shout out, say hello, let us know where you're watching from. I think as well, if you're watching on Facebook, you can share the video, you can start a watch party, let your friends and acquaintances and all those people that you don't really want to talk to anyway on the Facebook, let them know that there's great music happening here on the Hands Up for Trad live stream. My name's Anna Massey. I am your MC for today. I'll be chatting to you a little bit in between each act this afternoon into this evening, letting the guys, our fantastic tech crew, set up the acts in between times. So, I'm going to sing you a song now from a friend of mine, a guy called Callum McCrimmon, who's a great piper, guitarist, bouzouki player, singer, songwriter, whistle player. He plays in the band Breibach, but also has his own project on the go. Callum started a band called Man's Ruin a few years ago, and this is a song that he wrote and performed with Man's Ruin. Their albums are great. There are 2 albums out. There's Callum's album Man's Ruin was the first one, and then the band Man's Ruin put out an album called Health and Safety, both very worth checking out. And a few months ago, I ended up getting the call from the track and trace folk. I had to isolate for 11 days at home, and I learnt a song or performed a song every day on a theme of isolation or loneliness. And this song came to mind. Now. Oh, I'm in the wrong key. Here we go. So this is Lonely Man from Callum McCrimmon. Lonely man is walking in circles. He doesn't know where to go. The sinking sand has tightened its grip from below. An empty glass and a couple of cases. The hole is getting deeper and the fever increases. Take off the mask, all that you face is a lonely man. And he's drinking, doesn't have a clue who to be when he's into the potion. Lonely man is living his life in a dream. Lie, 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 lie. Lie, 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 lie. Well, I'm in a rut with all the same faces, doing all the wrong things in all the same places. Last night I slept on the couch. Today I woke up on the floor. Losing track of the days, seems the nights are in fashion. Going blind, full of whiskey and passion. And I might be feeling alone, but never far from the bar. And I'm joking, hiding any sign of emotion. And it feels like I'm choking on my own conviction. Don't want to tread on this lonely ground anymore. That's Lonely Man, written by Callum McCrimmon. Fantastic Glasgow-based musician. Now, from one piper to another, set up and ready to go in the, what's it called, the PD stage, small studio we've got through in Studio 2 here in Glowworm, which is being manned by Kevin O'Neill on the sound desk today. We have a fantastic Highland and Borders piper, as well as a whistle player, pianist and composer. He's originally from Lockerbie, and last year, Chris Gray released at Celtic Connections his debut album, which is entirely self-penned. He's got a wide range of musical influences, and he is joined today on the guitar by the accompanist, quite outstanding guitarist, quite outstanding piper. You've got a duo that are going to just pour pleasure directly into your ears. Chris Gray and Pablo Lafuente.
Thanks very much. It's brilliant to be here playing a few tunes for you today. We kicked off there with a set of reels, and the first one is called Back to the Cayley, and I wrote this tune over this last year. It's really symbolising when we can be back together and sharing a good time again. We're just looking more positive all the time. And then followed by two popular reels called My Kindly Sweetheart and Into Little Donald in the Pigpen. We're going to carry on now with a whistle set, and these are the first two tunes on my debut album. First is called Argyll Bound, and this is a tune inspired by the beautiful scenery on the west coast of Scotland, the many journeys that I've done up to Inverary. I've played with Inverary District Pipe Band for many years now. And then the second tune is called In Between at the Riverside, and this is a 7/8 tune that I wrote whilst at Riverside Music College. I've taught piano there for a couple of years, and this was a wee 7/8 tune written in between teaching. Hope you enjoy this set. Thanks very much. Hope you enjoyed that one, and hope you're having a good Saturday so far. Whatever you've been up to, and you're enjoying the weekend. Going to continue now with a set of polkas, 3 tunes. They're also self-penned tunes, 8-mins and Shippo, and then the second one's called Leziks, written for our good friend Christina Lezik in Sweden. I spent a couple of months living in Sweden a few years ago. It was an exchange just outside Stockholm. So this is Leziks, and then the last tune is called The Last Jaffa Cake. Sure we can all relate to when we see the last one in the packet. Here we go, wee set of polkas. it's good fun. It's good fun to play that set. Going to carry on now with another whistle set. Slow things down a wee bit with a tune called the Lapis. And Lapis is actually the area just outside of Stockholm that I stayed in for a few months. A beautiful area. It's not far from the city, but it feels very close to nature, so it's really nice to live there. Going to start off with that tune and then into two tunes by the brilliant Brian Finnegan. First one's called Toward the Sun, and the last one's called Castle Rock Road. And Brian Finnegan's just released a new solo album, a brilliant record. Love playing lots of his tunes, so here's a couple for you now. Thanks very much. It's brilliant to have Pablo Afenti here. Fantastic to play some tunes together for you today. And we're going to carry on now with some more pipe tunes. So I'm just going to get the pipes going again, and then we'll be on to the next set, which is going to be a set of jigs. And it's another set of tunes from my debut album. So starting off with Walker Bay Academy's Welcome to Valley Primary School, a tune I was commissioned to write whilst I was in secondary school. The Basel Scooter Club, a tune after a trip to Switzerland. And then the last tune is from my mum and dad after their 30th wedding anniversary a couple of years ago. Hope you enjoy these tunes. So let's get the pipes going and we'll be away again. one more set for you, and so we finish up. And so say what a pleasure it's been to play for you today, and have some tunes with Pablo. It's brilliant. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and big thanks to Hands Up for Trad and everyone behind the scenes making this possible today. It's fantastic that we've all got the opportunity to do some playing, and it's been a lot of fun. So yeah, a big thank you to everyone involved. I've got one more for you. It's going to be a Strathspey, and into two of my favourite reels to play. Starting off with Miss Drummond of Perth, and into Andy Rennick's Ferret by Gordon Duncan, and finishing off with Francis Martin's by Fred Morrison. Thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of the showcase, and have a great weekend.
Wonderful stuff there from Chris and Pablo. Thanks very much, guys. And a lot of you loving their music as well. Robin's saying great playing. Alison's loving these sets as well. Stay tuned, stay exactly where you are. There's still loads of great music to come today. I think we are about halfway through our band count, perhaps approaching the halfway mark. Still to come today in this order. We have Lapwing, Beth Malcolm, the Canny Band featuring current Young Musician of the Year Michael Biggins, Miguel Giroux, Tanara, Binky Blue and Doska. So stick with us on the Hands Up for Trad Facebook and YouTube live streams. Another song for you now. About coming on for 2 years ago now, Scotland's trad and jazz scenes lost a real champion of both, a man called Rick Taylor, who was quite an incredible man. He was from the northeast of England originally, had been a session musician, like a trombone, jazz, pop, rock, whatever, you name it. He was in the recording session scene in the 80s. He played Live Aid with 3 different bands, including Status Quo and George Michael and someone else that he couldn't remember, because I think it had been quite a large day for them. He was a brilliant guy, a really enthusiastic, really supportive musician. He toured in Elton John's band for years, did the big sort of world tours with Elton John, and a few years ago decided to get out of the London scene and moved to the south end of Skye, where he lived for some very happy years with his partner Pam. And he got involved in the Scottish trad scene. He was involved with writing brass parts for the Unusual Suspects, a big sort of folk jazz crossover band. And he also was involved with the Peatbog Fairies. Brilliant guy, wrote loads of really fantastic music, and he wrote loads of songs. He sang songs, played the guitar as well as playing the trombone. And I got to know Rick best when he came and did the group work sessions at Blazin' in Bewley, the week-long fiddle course that Blazin' Fiddles host every October up just outside Inverness. He came and did our group work, and he would do sort of Tai Chi workshops in the morning as well. So first thing he would do like a recap of the group work, but that often just ended up being a sort of nice chilled out start to the day for folk. And you'd have 100 people in the Phipps Hall in the middle of Bewley just getting involved in whatever music Rick had taken to work on with the group workers. They would just be there absolutely loving it. He had a brilliant way of communicating music where everybody in the group felt just as important as each other and had a really vital role to play. So we had this song of Rick's that he recorded a few years ago, and the year after, or the Bewley, just a few months following his death a couple of years ago, this song sort of became a bit of an anthem for the week. There's a little line in the middle of it which everybody just ended up singing, so it's, I think, maybe a bit of an earworm. There's a chorus which is just, so I don't want anything from you, dear, anything from you. And there's a little line, this is like we're at a gig where I'm trying to teach you the chorus and the stuff before we get into it. Old habits die hard, I suppose, but the wee line, if you fancy singing along, goes da 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 do da do ba da 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 do. No words, just give it a la or a do or a dweeby da, whatever you fancy. This is Anything From You, written by the wonderful late great Rick Taylor. Da 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 do da do ba da 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 do da 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 do da do ba da da. I'm learning to hide, I'm often mistaken as life rushes over in waves. Not worn up or burned out, just terribly shaken, and I know I need to be brave. I rise before dawn, I'm always alone, the day will be old and too long. I dress up in blues, wear my favourite brown shoes, and walk on the right side of wrong. Though I don't want anything from you, dear, anything from you. Da 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 ba da 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 ba da da. You honeyed your lies with the sweetest of kisses. You promised that you would return. I gave you my love, left none in reserve. how the journey to loneliness burns. You set me adrift without maps or bearings, and so I was lost for a while. As I watched the high passes for many a season, there was never a trace of your smile. So I don't want anything from you, dear, anything from you. Da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 I've taken to drink like fish to the table. I've bolted the door to my heart. I'll drain my well dry, no more will I cry. It's peaceful here under the stars. So I won't ever fall, I won't heed the call. The sirens can all become mute. My emotions are bruised, and yes, I'm confused. Well, my soul bears the mark of your boot. But I don't want anything from you, dear, anything from you. Da 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 ba da do do. Anything from you. Anything from you. Anything from you. Do da da do da dum ba da da dum. That was written by the wonderful Rick Taylor, who was just one of the very loveliest men to spend time with. So we have quite a complicated setup going on at the moment for our next act. So I'm going to be here with you for a couple of numbers just now. The next one I'm going to sing for you is it's a song written by a man called Michael Smith. This is a song I've been singing, performing for years and years now. I learnt it from the wonderful Cherish the Ladies. This was on an album of theirs, I think called The Back Door. And it's a song called Spoon River. And it's just tells the story of life in a small town after the American Civil War, where life starts to get back to normal. And that's about it, really. There's no chorus as such. There's a wee refrain. My guitar's got altitude sickness up this high. So yeah, there's no chorus, there's just a refrain at the end of every verse, which is just here in Spoon River. What's happened there is I've put my guitar in a tune and it's got no business being in. Oh dear, sorry about that. That's better. Take two. We'll sort this out in the edit. What do you mean it's live? All of the riverboat gamblers are losing sleep in the dirt. But you know, and I know, there never was a reason to hurt. When all of our lives were entwined to begin with, here in Spoon River. All of the calico dresses, the gingham and lace, are up in the attic with grandfather's derringer case. There's words whispered down in the parlour, a shadowy face. The morning is heavy with one more beginning here in Spoon River. Will you come to the dance, Mary Perkins? I like you right well. The Union's preserved if you listen. You can hear all the bells. There must be a heaven. God knows I've seen mostly hell. My rig is outside, coming right through the morning here in Spoon River. All of the riverboat gamblers are losing their shirts. All of the brave Union soldier boys sleep in the dirt. But you know, and I know, there never was a reason to hurt. And all of our lives were entwined to begin with. Here in Spoon River. There's that tuning. So, I'm going to play a tune for you now that is one of the most popular tunes, I think, that has ever come out of the Scottish traditional, or the Scottish fiddle repertoire. Neil Gow was a fiddler and composer from up by Burnham, Dunkeld sort of way, and lived in the 1700s. In fact, the very famous portrait of him in the National Gallery of Scotland. And he wrote a great many tunes. He had sons who were composers as well. And this tune of his is one of the sort of, I don't know, it's one of the staples really of the Scottish fiddle scene. And there was even a song made of it. Words were put to it on Natalie McMaster's album In My Hands. Alison Krauss sang words to this, and it's a song called Get Me Through December. And I think I remember hearing this, like, really weirdly. It was on the soundtrack of Dawson's Creek. If any of you are sort of ages with me, you will remember that, so angsty, just so angsty, unbelievably angsty American teen drama where they all had this incredible vocabulary and they all had really fancy houses, and I tell you what they're up to. They're all climbing in and out of each other's bedroom windows, through up ladders and gutters and all sorts. It would never have happened in the Black Isle, but it seemed like this most sort of romantic ideal of intelligent teenage life from America. Anyway, that's when I was a teenager, and then I think this song was on the soundtrack of that, and it was like your sort of folky world meeting your angsty teen drama world all at once, and my mind was blown by it. And I was thinking, I kind of recognise the melody of that song there, and then it turned out it was a Natalie McMaster track. So there you go. Anyway, a load of rambling history behind this tune. This is Neil Gow's lament for the death of his second wife. The technical changeover is complete. I'm going to just get my index card. Set up through the glass on the other side of the room. I can see flashing lights there ready to go. We have a trio rooted in folk music, but drawing on jazz, indie and Scandinavian influences to create their unique sound. And it is a really unique sound. We have Ewan White on accordion and synths, Ewan McLaughlin on fiddle and guitar, and Alistair Mackenzie on guitar. They're a trio officially, but today they are going to be joined by a fourth member. Finley Johnson is also on keys and sort of providing that bass sound. You'll see why in a minute. These guys play loads of different instruments. They have loads of technical equipment. They've got an EP of remixes of their material out, which is called Remixes. The Remixes, but they spell their name with a Y where you would expect an I. So if you're looking for the Remixes, it's spelled REMYXES. Work on their first full-length album has already begun. We have for you a very unique sound. Get your tables out of the way, get your slippers off. We're a trip hazard. We're looking for a bit of dancing this afternoon. Enjoy Lapwing.
Requesting cover.
Thank you. Cheers. Hello, everybody. We are Lapwing. And yeah, it's really surreal and great to be sitting making noises in a room with a bunch of good guys. That was first tune was called In Retrospect, and that was off an EP that released, I think, about last year now. The time just seems to fly in COVID times. Yeah, and the next one we're going to do is called Pretty Girl. This next one's called VCL, and it's named after the street that Ewan's on, lives on. It's called Victoria Crescent Lane.
we've come to our final set. A massive thanks to everyone at Hands Up for Trad for having us along. It's been a lot of fun to play together live for the first time in a long time. Yeah, thanks to all the team here, with camera and science and everyone. There's a lot of people, so I won't say everyone's name, but yeah. So this is going to be our last set. So our latest single, called Heather and Cosmos. Thanks. We've been Lapwing.
The wonderful Lapwing. Fantastic stuff here, guys. Ken is on the Facebook saying, Sugar Lifted crossed with the mothers of invention. Wild. And over on the YouTube comments, Mark French is saying they caught a couple of tracks from Lapwing on Black Dog Radio this morning. It's a fabulous sound. Jason Van Stewick makes the very real, very pertinent point here of whoever can untangle all those cables will be the ruler of all of Asia. Lovely stuff, gents. We need to give a massive big thanks to our tech crew here at Glowworm, who are doing such a fantastic job making everything run smoothly today, plugging in and unplugging all of those cables. Now, talking of a bit of tech for you, here's the crack. Facebook, YouTube, you guys are fine. You're going to carry on uninterrupted. But Facebook has a restriction about how long you can do a Facebook Live broadcast for. So what's going to happen is Simon, the man in charge of all the computer visual buttons, is going to stop the Facebook feed and then he's going to start it again. So if you're watching on Facebook, what you'll need to do is probably just refresh your page or however it works, and we'll be right back with you. So don't worry, I'm not going to tell any secrets or anything when you're gone, but Simon, press the button. Right, YouTube, once you're here, I'm going to tell you loads of secrets and then you'll just not be able to tell the Facebook guys that that's what we've been doing, okay? So I'm going to sing you an old song now. This is from the northeast of Scotland, where my family are all from. And it's one of my mum and dad's favourites, so I was encouraged to learn it by them. And it's called Logie o Buchan. Facebook, are you back yet? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. If you are, welcome back. I hope you're all refreshed and everything's still working fine for you. The Tina wa Jimmy fa delved in the air, fa played on the pipe and the viol so small. The Tina wa Jimmy, the flute o' the ma. He said, think nae long lassie though I gang awa, for I'll come and see ye in spite o' the ma. New Sandy his house and his gear and his kye, a house and a hodden and cellar for buy. But I'll hae my lad wi' his staff in his hand, for I'll hae him wi' his cellar and land. He said, think nae long lassie though I gang awa, for I'll come and see ye in spite o' the wa. My daddy looks sulky, my Minnie looks sore. They frown upon Jimmy because he is poor. Though I lure them so weel as a daughter should do, they're nae half so dear to me, Jimmy, as thee. He said, think nae long lassie though I gang awa, for I'll come and see ye in spite of the man. I sit on my creepy and spin at my wheel, and think on the laddie that lured me so ill. He had but a sixpence and he broke it in twa, and he gave me the half o't when he gaed awa, saying, think nae long lassie though I gang awa, for I'll come and see ye in spite of the man. New summer is coming, cold winter's awa, and I'll come and see ye in spite of the man. Now, we're moving back through to the PD stage, room 2, studio 2 here at Glowworm, after a little while. This is the joy of live entertainment. So, what's going to happen now? What's going to happen now is a song from one of Scotland's best known, most famous songwriters, Dougie MacLean. Dougie wrote Caledonia. You probably will be familiar with that. This is another one of Dougie's songs called She Loves Me When I Try. It's got a really lovely chorus, which is just, she loves me when I try, she thinks about me when I'm gone, and she helps me when I can't hold on. Here comes the morning, cruel and clear. There is no reasonable chance that it might disappear. Here comes the evening, it's still the same. We are just passengers upon this godless, ghostly train. But she loves me when I try, she thinks about me when I'm gone, and she helps me when I can't hold on. It's another market, another sale, another reason to believe we're ahead and cannot fail. But there's deadly danger we must endure. There are so many different ways, we never can be sure. But she loves me when I try, she thinks about me when I'm gone, and she helps me when I can't hold on. There is no ending to this tale. There is no destination on this long and restless rail. Here comes the morning, cruel and clear. There is no reasonable chance that it might disappear. But she loves me when I try. She thinks about me when I'm gone. And she helps me when I can't hold on. She loves me when I try. She thinks about me when I'm gone. And she helps me when I can't hold on. Now, I think we're going to the PD stage. Where there is lying in wait for you, a singer-songwriter from Perth originally. She's a folk-inspired singer-songwriter and keys player. She's won a fair few gongs already. The Edinburgh Folk Club annual songwriting competition in 2019. And then in 2020, she won a Danny Kyle Open Stage Award at Celtic Connections here in Glasgow. And then later that year, her song Leavin' Loch Leavin', it was a winner of the Face Ross and Nature Scots In Tune with Nature project competition. And if you were tuned in to the Celtic Connections 2021 online event, you may well have seen her lovely gig, which was filmed in the empty Glasgow Royal Concert Hall. So you can check her out online. All of our acts today will have online presences. You can buy their music, listen to their music, look at their pictures. They're all probably got photos of cats on Instagram and stuff like that. That's what the young ones do these days. Check them all out if you're enjoying their music today. This, of course, is a free stream. If you're enjoying their music, please go and support the musicians, or you can support the Hands Up for Trad charity drive that we've got going on. You can visit this musician's website. Beth Malcolm's album Choose My Company is available on her website now. She's going to be performing at the Perth Festival online next month in May, and she is going to sing you some beautiful songs. Here's Beth Malcolm.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me. This is kind of like a Black Mirror gig here, but I'm chuffed to be through in Glasgow, and as Anna kindly said, I'm going to be singing you a few songs today. I'm going to sing a mixture of some trad songs, but mostly my own. And I'm going to start with the song that Anna mentioned there, which is called Leavin' Loch Leavin'. It's a song about Mary Queen of Scots. I'm a history teacher too in my spare time, and I've been teaching all about how Mary spent a few years of her life in an island near where I grew up. In Kinross, it's called Loch Leavin'. She spent some time in Loch Leavin Castle before she was taken down south, and she never made it back to Scotland. And this song is supposed to be a sort of conversation between Mary and her lady in waiting as they sort of dream of escape and looking out at the beautiful scenery and wildlife that is out there. But I'm going to start with a Jim Reid song. It's called The Grey Lag Geese. So I'm going to play a little excerpt of that Jim Reid song, and then head into Leavin' Loch Leavin'. So hope you enjoy.
The summertime is bonny, and most folks say they like you best of all. But oh, there's a thing missing. The grey lag geese have all flown for a while. When autumn comes in May, the winds grow cold and nights are soon that says again the grey lag's back. I envy all the wild geese that can just fly to countries o'er the sea. To Norway how will you hide and where will you bide? Alas, I'll learn to fly. I guess my queen, but what to fear deep. Oh, then I'll die loch inside among Delphini and I'll fly south to Africa when the rain turns cold in October, and I'll grow wise with my bird eye and Perthshire's far behind. But I will return when my heart starts to yearn for the north, and I'll scatter new seeds of freedom by the banks of Loch Leven. When you're leaving Loch Leven, maybe will you think of me? I'll hurt you to my breast as I crawl in the nest with the curlew. And when first you spy me from the window, when time and tides have run, I'll be down where the mosses grow and the winds blow. But where will you go and what will you do? Last you'll follow the call of the curlew. But how will you hide and where will you bide? Last you'll learn to fly. I'd guess my queen, but what to fear deep. Oh, then you'll die loch inside among Delphini. Oh, then you'll die loch inside among Delphini.
So I'm gonna sing another one of my own songs now. It's called Northwards. I'm a traitor now. I'm living in Edinburgh. I did study in Glasgow and spent 4 really happy years here. In fact, when I was driving through today, it was just so nice to see the city. It's been so long. People often ask me what the difference between living in the two places are, and they're both great cities. But the observation that I always come up with is that in Edinburgh, on a conveyor belt, people will actually walk up the conveyor belt as it goes to get there to the top quicker. But in Glasgow, we just sort of stay the whole time, just letting it take them up. And I love that. I love that about Glasgow. But I'm singing a song that's all about Edinburgh now. It's called Northwards, and it's my attempt to convince an accountant to give up the day job, move to Old Reekie to Edinburgh, and become a folk singer. So I hope you'll enjoy. This is my song called Northwards.
Come ye northwards, homewards to me. I'm afraid if you stay away any longer, you'll forget how it feels to be skin and free in Old Reekie in January, watching the sun rise up on Newington in January. Come ye northwards, homewards to me. If you're coming, there's a train running, and I'll greet you where the mile meets Newington. To be skin and free in Old Reekie in January, watching the sun rise chasing the revelry of drunken folkies, to be broke and alive in an otherwise broken society, where power and greed succeeded all sense of community. Oh, and we won't have a lot of money, but we'll spend our Saturdays drinking at the Oak. And you'd mal be no best pleased that you've given up accountancy for the folk. I but once you decide you're just to pay 45 from the next Davy Steele, you'll come northwards to Edinburgh and see how you feel. Though there's little scope for promotion, you'll be brilliant at the chins. Your retirement plan's just a flash in the pan, but you'll be bloody brilliant at the chins. And someday when you do, there'll be tears in their eyes saying he was bloody brilliant at the chins. And we won't have a lot of money, but we'll spend our Saturdays drinking at the Oak. And you'd mal be no best pleased that you've given up accountancy for the folk. I but once you decide you're just to pay 45 from reviving your dream, and you'll come northwards to Edinburgh and give life a try.
Thank you. So, the next song is called Ghost Tour. As I mentioned, I spent a lot of time in Glasgow as a student. It's the kind of time of your life where you're sort of hurling up in freezing basement student flats. And this song is definitely from that era. It's called Ghost Tour, and it's really a sad wee song about walking around Glasgow and just seeing yourself happy in all the places that you're touring around. And those of you that are from the area and those of you that have visited and know it well, you'll recognise a lot of the place names in here. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Thank you to Simon and all those at Hands Up for Trad for having me. It's been really lovely to be here. And my show actually started at about 2 when I was giving the people in Shawlands a good laugh trying to get parallel parked in a really, really slim street. So for those of you that were there, if any of you are here, I hope you enjoyed that. So this is Ghost Tour, and you can find that on my EP, which is called Choose My Company EP. But this is Ghost Tour. Here we go.
I'm on a ghost tour round old Kelvin Grove. Didn't cost anything. I saw a ghost with his hands in mine, silver knuckled hands entwined. I'm on a ghost tour round old Kelvin Grove. No time for tour guides. I saw a ghost with his lips in my ear, and oh, I can still hear. And my feet don't dance like the old days, and these streets won't hold me the same way, and this city don't feel like the same place. And you're haunting me, you know, and I'm chasing my demons around Glasgow. I'm on a ghost tour down in the south side. I saw a ghost standing next to a red-headed girl in an old man's bar where the story all started. I'm on a ghost tour down by the Battlelands. I saw a ghost with his head in his hands, and I reach out to touch you. I want just to touch you so much. And my feet don't dance like the old days, and these streets won't hold me the same way, and this city don't feel like the same place. And you're haunting me, you know, and I'm chasing my demons around Glasgow. I saw a ghost, I saw a ghost, I saw a ghost. And my feet don't dance like the old days, and these streets won't hold me the same way, and this city don't feel like the same place. And you're haunting me, you know, and I'm chasing my demons around Glasgow. And my feet don't dance like the old days, and these streets won't hold me the same way, and this city don't feel like the same place. And you're haunting me, no, and I'm chasing my demons around Glasgow.
Thank you. Hey, that's more like it. Well, I'm actually going to sing a Jim Malcolm song now. Hey, another one. I'm going to sing a Jim Malcolm song called Acoustic, which is one of my favourite songs. It's a good springtime song. We finally made it through that absolutely bleak winter to spring. It's supposed to be from the point of view of an American tourist who's fallen in love with a woman in the Hebrides, and it's a good one. I hope you'll enjoy it. It's called Acoustic and it's by Jim Malcolm.
When the springtime comes, I get hungry for the north. Like the geese, I want to fly, making idle in the sky. I want to travel like a South Sea tinker, round the Hebridean eyes, 'cause I've fallen hook, line, sinker for a Bonnie Mackenzie child, and I'll be waiting for you in Acoustic, waiting for you in Acoustic, waiting for you in Acoustic. When the primroses grow by the road to the mountains of sky, I'll be shedding my clothes 'cause it feels like the 4th of July. I want to truck along 100 beetles, see the Hebrides in style, but I'll be sailing the way that the wind blows to my Bonnie Mackenzie child, and I'll be waiting for you in Acoustic, waiting for you in Acoustic, waiting for you in Acoustic. Whoa, Acoustic, whoa, Acoustic. I want to travel like a South Sea tinker, round the Hebridean eyes, 'cause I've fallen hook, line, sinker for a Bonnie Mackenzie child, and Acoustic boo waiting for you. An Acoustic boo waiting for you. An Acoustic boo.
Okay, well, I'm going to sing an unaccompanied song now. This is one that I really associate with Glasgow, although it was written by Ed Pickford, County Durham. It's a song that I kind of learned and sang a lot while I was playing a lot at the Star Folk Club in Glasgow. Tom Holmes and those at the club have been really welcoming to me over the years, and I got to do a lot of little floor spots and stuff, so I'm very grateful to them for that. But I'm going to sing Worker Song, which I heard for the first time in Orkney, and I haven't really been able to let go of it since. So I hope you'll enjoy it. It's his Ed Pickford song, Worker Song.
Come, all of you workers who toil night and day, by hand or by brain, to earn your pay, who for centuries long past, for no more than your bread, bled for your countries and counted your dead. In the factories and mills, in the shipyards and mines, we've often been told to keep up with times, for our skills are not needed. They've streamlined the job and with slide rule and stopwatch our pride they have robbed. We're the first ones to starve, we're the first ones to die, we're the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the cream is shared out for the workers I work in when the fat cat's about. And all of these things the worker has done, from tilling fields to carrying the gun. We've been yoked to the plough since time first began, and always expected to carry the can. Hey. Oh, I lost my water. Here we go. Okay, so thank you for that. I'm going to finish up with one of my own songs. It's called Choose My Company, and it's the title track to my EP that I released a couple of years ago now. And I would love for you to buy it. I only need to sell about 4 to make my fuel for this trip. So 4.5 actually. So maybe if 2 of you can find each other and you can share the CD every now and then, that would be great. So this song is called Choose My Company, and it's been really a pleasure to come through today and to sing for you all, and I hope to see you all soon in real life. So I've been Beth Malcolm, and this is Choose My Company. October knocked you over. In November I can't remember you being sober. October knocked you over. In November I lost you. I lost you to the wolves. January, I miraculously felt the walls melt into water, and your arms were the bridge. But I don't know if you want me or if you want to run with the wolves. And I don't know if you can love me and simultaneously run with the wolves. If you choose my company, I will bathe you in honey, my dear. If you choose my company, I will bathe you in honey, my dear. February, we stuck two fingers up to the full moon, and for the first time in a long time, I held the old you. In March, you marched right out of the woods. You brought no wolves, you brought no wolves with you. And now I know that you want me and you don't want to run with the wolves. And now I know that you can love me and simultaneously run with the wolves. And you chose my company, and you bathed me in honey, my dear. And you chose my company, and you bathed me in honey, my dear. Thank you. Cheers.
Lovely stuff from Beth Malcolm there, and a lot of really lovely comments on the live streams as well. Michelle Whit is saying amazing, and now where's this? And Laurie Jackson saying beautiful, strong voice, and Ken thinks he's worked out the combo. I think it was Ken that came up with Shugo Nifty with Mother of Invention as well for the Lapwing comparison, saying that Beth has a voice like June Tabor crossed with Carole King or Laura Nyro. What a lovely set. Thank you so much. And now, I've got a wee short song for you. The next band are set up and ready, just to give us time to get all of the computers and the cameras and everything ready to go. I'm going to sing you a wee song. And this is a song written by a guy whose music I've enjoyed for a really long time, and I've known this song for a really long time, but it's not been the right time to learn it. I realised I first heard it when I was a teenager. This is a song written by a guy called David Wilcox, who's based in Asheville, North Carolina, over in the States. He's a really fantastic guitar player, plays in loads of different tunings, and he writes a mixture of really funny songs and really sort of poignant songs as well. One of my favourites of his is a song that's all about road rage, and he's written other really beautiful love songs and story songs as well, but this one is called Guitar Shopping, and it's about that trait that a lot of instrumentalists, but I think particularly guitarists, have, where we've all got loads of things in cupboards and like, oh, that's going to be the perfect guitar for that one specific song, so I better buy it. I think most musicians have this. When you're young, you want an instrument that lends you a certain air of gravitas or something. You want to play an instrument that looks like it's already been played in. Like when you get a new pair of white trainers when you're a kid and you want to like scuff up the toes a little bit and make them look not quite so brand new. But then as soon as they're scuffed up, you feel a wee bit regretful about that. But this is a song all about how you want the new guitar maybe when you get a wee bit older yourself. My guitar's right bashed, so I'm feeling quite youthful maybe. There's a guitar here in the window I'd like to play before it's sold. It's such a classic, mint condition, great shape for one this old. All these axes have their stories of the gigs that they have seen. But when this one sold the first time I was 17. Course back then I didn't want it. It was way too new for me. I needed something old and righteous with its own authority. So the first guitar I ever bought was twice as old as me, 'cause its life was filled with music as I dreamed that mine might be. And I played that thing 1,000 nights, then traded it away for something slightly newer that was easier to play. And now lately I buy new guitars, they're shiny as a hearse. I still like the look of roadwear, but the roles have been reversed. And now this thing is a classic, but I still don't need to buy. Yeah, the old ones have their stories, but by now, so do I. Check out David Wilcox's online stuff for loads of lovely songs. There are two actually. There's a David Wilcox, I think, who's a Canadian like blues electric guitarist, and there's David Wilcox, who's a more sort of acoustic, a lot of fingerstyle singer-songwriter stuff. So it's the latter that wrote that one. But they're both fab. Now, back to the stage four, the big room where we have the Canny Band set up and ready to go. They're a collective, I love this, they're a collective born of a love of traditional music and fuelled by student poverty. Ain't that the truth, lads? We have Sam Mabbitt on accordion, current Radio Scotland Young Traditional Musician of the Year winner, Michael Biggins on piano, and Callum Convoy on the bowron. They draw on trad, classical and jazz influences, and in their short time together as a trio, they've already garnered a lot of attention and prizes. They won the, how good is this for the name of an event? The A Trip to Birmingham Festival Malloy Award, a Celtic Connections Danny Kyle Open Stage Award, and a Hands Up for Trad Battle of the Folk Bands Award. You are going to hear some brilliant tunes from these lads. The Canny Band.
very much. We're the Canny Band, and we're delighted to play for you here today. What a exciting thing it is. We've not played together in over a year, I don't think. So we're on a road to good things now. That was a reel and 2 jigs. The first reel is called Fred's Advice, written by Ross Ainsley. Second tune was written by a friend of mine from back home called, the tune is called Anthony's Jig, and it was written by Jim Brown. And the third tune is called Cheery Groove, and it was written by Hamish Napier. Thank you very much.
We're going to continue now with a set of jigs. The first by David Munley, which is a tune called Blind Harbour. And the second tune is another tune by, we don't know who it's by, but it's called Walking on Water. Thank you very much. We're going to continue now with a set of new tunes. We've been working on material for our album, the new album, which should be coming out hopefully towards the end of this year. So this is one of the new sets. So first time playing it publicly. So the first tune is one of my own. It doesn't have a name yet, but you can fire off suggestions for tune names for us just via our Facebook page if you want to give us a like and send us some ideas for tune names. And the second tune is by Laura Cortese, and it's called Five Tune.
Thanks very much. We forgot to mention there that we were going straight into another set after those 5 tunes. So that was a tune from Marit Falt, which was written by a friend of mine from Newcastle called Nathan Armstrong. And we're going to go into a set of new jigs now. I think most of them written by Sam, so he's going to tell you a little bit more about them.
Michael wrote the first tune, and it's a waltz. Michael wrote the first tune. That's a waltz. What's that? Has that got a name yet? No. Okay. Again, like more suggestions for us, into a tune that I wrote, which again doesn't have a name, which is a jig, and that then goes into a slip jig, which is by Michael. And does that have a name? Doesn't have a name. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to play 3 reels for you now. The first reel was written by Turlough O'Carolan, and it's called O'Carolan's Concerto. The second reel's a trad Irish tune called The Maids of Mitchelstown. And the third reel, I believe Sam learnt from the playing of Luke Daniels.
I believe it's a Sky fiddle tune.
Sam will take us away with it.
We're going to continue on now with our second last set, which is a slightly slower set of 2 tunes by a friend of mine, amazing musician, pianist, composer, piper called Andy May from Newcastle. And the tunes are called Leaving Copenhagen and Vanker in Polska.
thank you very much for joining us today. You've been a wonderful audience, and we're gonna finish now with a set of reels, again composed by ourselves. The first is a tune by Michael. It's no name. The second tune does have a name, and it's called "Lament for the Cream Eggs." And the last tune didn't have a name, but it's my granny's 93rd birthday tomorrow, so I'm going to dedicate this tune to her, and it's going to be called Granny's 93rd.
much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
In tune with each other. Jonathan says it's beautiful. Inga loves the Canny Band and hopes to see them live one day. Ah, what great tunes. I hope your toes have been tapping this whole time. Now, no noodling from me in this short little section, as you are about to hear a fantastic solo guitarist. So you don't need any more frethead action from me. Miguel Giroux is from Castelo Branco in Portugal, and he's divided between the trad and classical worlds. He studied classical guitar, I'm going to try and get this right, at the Escola Superior de Música in Lisbon, and now he's here to do a second degree studying trad music at the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland here in Glasgow. He's the main man, the go-to guy, the accompanist of choice in Portugal's traditional Irish scene. He's just released his first album, Prologue, and that is plenty prologue from me. Please enjoy the music of Miguel Giroux.
Well, that was a nice start, wasn't it? I'm so sorry about that. Let's go one more time. They melt the soonest when the wind begins to sing, and the cornet ripens fastest when the frosts are settling in. But when a woman tells me my face she'll soon forget, before we part I want a croon. She's faint to follow yet. The snows they melt the soonest when the wind begins to sing, and the swallow skims without a thought as long as it is spring. But when spring goes and winter blows, my love, and you'll be fain for all your pride to follow me across the stormy main. Snows they melt the soonest when the wind begins to sing, and the bee that flew when summer shone and winter cannot sting. I've seen a woman's hanger melt between the night and the morn, and surely it's not a harder thing to tame a woman's scorn. So don't you bid me farewell, no farewell I'll receive, for you shall set me to the stile and kiss, then take your leave. But I'll wait here till the woodcock comes and the martlet takes its wing. The snows they melt the soonest when the wind begins to sing. so sorry about that technical extra at the beginning. It's all sorted now. Hello. Thanks very much to all of you who have tuned in so far. I'm Miguel, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Glowworm Studios today for the Hands of Bertrand showcase. It's really a true pleasure to be here. So what you've just heard, it's a song from the north of England, and it's called The Snows They Melt the Soonest. Lovely song indeed. And it's the opening track of my latest album called Prologue. If you fancy having a listen, it's available in the usual streaming platforms. And so I'll be playing some tunes from the record throughout my time here, and likewise some new arrangements that I've been working on lately. And now the next one, it's also part of the record, and it's a set of a couple of tunes. And the first one, it's an old-time fiddle tune from Virginia called Queen of the Earth, Child of the Skies, which is followed by a Scottish tune composed by none other than Mike Voss himself, and the tune is called Bad Timing. I hope you like it. And I need to tune down the guitar now, so just bear with me for a second. far. Hope you're still there. Anyway, so I'll be playing now another couple of tunes, and I came up with this arrangement about a month ago or so, and it's a couple of tunes again. And the first one, it's called "Soft, Soft Whispered Lady," and I suppose it's a very old Scottish air, which I got from the Patrick MacDonald collection, which was first published in 1784. So I suppose it's safe to assume that the tune itself is even older than that. And that will follow into an Irish reel called Marion's Favourite. And this is the first time I'm playing this to an audience, even though I can't see you. So fingers crossed on this one. That felt nice, I suppose. Okay, so I'll be singing a song now, another song now, and this one it's from Northumberland, and I got it from a book called The Songs and Ballads of Northern England, and the song, it's called Derwentwater's Farewell, and the words in it refer to the Jacobite Rising of 1715, although the melody itself goes back even further, and I think it goes back to the 1600s, and it was then called as I Never Loved Thee More, or something like that, and yeah, it's part of the record as well. So if you fancy having a listen, you know where to go. Farewell to pleasant Dilston Hall, my father's ancient seat. A stranger now must call thee his, which makes my heart to weep. Farewell, each friendly, well-known face my heart has held so dear. My tenants now must leave their lands, or hold their lives in fear. No more along the banks of Tyne I'll rove in autumn grey. No more I'll hear at early dawn the ladbrokes wake the day. And who shall deck the hawthorn bower where my fond childhood strayed? And who in spring shall bid it flower and sit beneath the shade? So fare thee well, my gallant steed, that carried me so free. I wish that I had been asleep last time I mounted thee. Farewell, so long, my lady dear, ill you've counselled me. I never more may see the child that smiles upon your knee. And fare thee well, George Collingwood, since fate has put us down. If you and I have lost our lives, the king has lost his crown. The warning bell now bids me cease, my troubles nearly o'er. The sun that rises from the sea shall rise on me no more. went by quite fast. So I'm about to play my last couple of tunes today, which is quite unfortunate, but it must be. So the first tune I'm about to play, and it's called "Give Me Your Hand," and it's a very well known Irish waltz. And it is commonly thought that it was composed by Turlough O'Carolan, but it was actually composed by a man called Rory Dall O'Kane, who was one of O'Carolan's contemporaries. And so story tells it that this man wrote this tune as an apology for a woman, and this woman was called Susanna Montgomery, the Countess of Eglinton. I always struggle with that word. And she was a very influential arts patron at that time, and it is said that after that, the tune got to the court of King James the Sixth. So, and that made O'Kane a very famous superstar at that time. And that will be followed by an Irish song called "Mary and the Soldier," which I got from the playing of Paul Brady and Andy Irvine. And this has been lovely. It really has. And I would just like to take this chance to thank to Glowworm Studios, all the tech crew behind, Hands Up for Trad, Creative Scotland. Thank you. Thanks so much to all of you for making this situation possible. And hopefully see you all in a not so distant future, perhaps even in a venue. Anyway, thanks very much. Oh, it's about that time in which I have to tune my guitar again, so bear with me. I would hear of a fair young maiden, and as she roved out on a summer's day, for to view the soldiers parading, they marched so bold and they looked so gay, their colours bright and the bands that play, and it caused to Mary for to say, I'll wed to my gallant soldier. She viewed the soldiers on parade, and as they stood at their leisure, and Mary to herself did say, at last I found my treasure, but how cruel my parents must be, to banish my darling so far from me. Well, I'll leave them all and I'll go with thee, me bold undaunted soldier. Oh Mary dear, your parents love, I pray don't be unruly, for when you're in a foreign land, believe me you'll rue it surely. Perhaps in battle I might fall from a shot of an angry cannonball, and you so far from your daddy's hall, be advised by a gallant soldier. I have 50 guineas in bright gold, likewise a heart that's bolder, and I'll live them all and I'll go with you, my bold undaunted soldier. So don't say no, but let me go, and I will face the daring foe, and we'll march together to and fro, and I'll wed to my gallant soldier. And when he saw her loyalty, and Mary so true-hearted, he said, my darling, married we'll be, and nothing but death will part us. So when we're in a foreign land, I'll guide you, darling, with my right hand, in hopes that God might stand a friend to Mary and her gallant soldier, in hopes that God might stand a friend to Mary and the gallant soldier.
Oh, I'm on. Not just live with my microphone, but on. Sorry. Miguel Giroux, what a fantastic set. Some lovely comments here. Sooty saying, just sitting here chilling out, loving the music. What a beautiful sound. All the way from Portugal. We've had some lovely comments. Miguel Real saying, Vamos Giroux also. So make sure and check out Miguel's album Prologue online if you enjoyed that and would like to hear more of it. There's been a lot of discussion about dinner as well. It's getting to that time of evening. There's been some Japanese food ordered into the studio here, but there's chat about spaghetti bolognese and bechamel sauce and pot noodles. Laurie Jackson says, pot noodles for us as we just can't tear ourselves away long enough to get organised. The music is too good. So, we have a couple more acts for you this evening. Getting set up in other studios. I mentioned earlier on, I think a lot of you have stuck with us since 1 o'clock since we started today. So fair play, you're in for the long haul. If you're more recent additions to it. Earlier on, I was talking about my period of self-isolation earlier this year, where I had to isolate in the flat for I think 11 days, as so many people have had to do, and I recorded a wee series of songs about isolation and loneliness, and one day, sort of in the middle of it all, this song came out, and I don't really know why. I think it was more to do with the fact that I hadn't been outside for about 5 days. It's not a particularly folky number, but I played it on the mandolin, wearing my hiking boots and my anorak and all sorts, and I got quite a few messages from folk going, what's all this outdoor gear that you've been wearing? I thought you were supposed to be isolating, and that was all just part of it. At least I opened the window and wore my jacket and my hat to make me feel like I had been outside a wee bit. This is a song by the band The Lemonheads called The Outdoor Type. Always had a roof above me, always paid the rent, and I've never set foot inside a tent. I couldn't build a fire to save my life. I lied about being the outdoor type. And I've never slept out underneath the stars. Closest that I came to that was one time my car broke down for an hour in the suburbs at night. I lied about being the outdoor type. Too scared to let you know you knew just what you were looking for. I lied until I fit the bill. God bless the great indoors. I lied about being the outdoor type. I've never owned a sleeping bag, let alone a mountain bike. I can't go away with you on a rock climbing weekend. What if something's on TV and it's never shown again? It's just as well I'm not invited. I'm afraid of heights. I lied about being the outdoor type. I never learned to swim, can't read a bike or even fight. I lied about being the outdoor type. So, that last wee bit is supposed to be can't even swim. I never learned to swim, can't grow a beard or even fight, but I said read a bike. So there we go, read a bike. It's not a thing at all, but there you are. That's the joy of live entertainment, isn't it? Oh, we're getting there. It's been a long day. That Japanese food's going to be smashing. I've had a sandwich and a cup of tea already. Anyway, back to some more live entertainment for you. Through in the Studio 4, the big main room here in Glowworm Studios, we have Tanara, who are a bold, creative and original quartet. We have Joseph Peach on box, Becca Skirch on harp, Robbie Gregg on fiddle and Owen Sinclair on guitar. They've been on the go since 2014 and they've got a background in Scottish native traditions, but their development is a melting pot of ideas, genres and sounds. Another highlight of the Scottish burgeoning folk scene. Enjoy Tanara.
thanks very much for joining in. It's so cool to be here. It's great to do a gig. It's our first gig in what feels like a very, very long time. And so we started off there with a set of tunes called Dr. Skiachs. That's a tune that we wrote for the wonderful Jill Skiach, who is Becca's mother, who's always been a big fan of ours and helped us out all along the way numerous times. And she's also just she's quite a mad woman as well, so that's cool. So the other tune in that set was Matty is a Good Name, and that's a tune that we also wrote for a wonderful human, Matty Folds, who has helped us with recording both of our albums. So he's a good loon. So that was that set. We're going to move on now with a song. This is a song off our second album, Strands. It's one that I wrote called The Next Station Is. And that's it's a song I wrote, which was supposed to be quite like homely, nostalgic, but it does sound tragic. It's not meant to be, but it kind of does sound that way. And I sort of wrote about Beck and myself. I've been in a relationship for like 11 years now, and we just celebrated our second wedding anniversary the other day there, so that was nice. So so this is a song I kind of wrote about a relationship, and it's not a tragedy. Believe me, it's supposed to be happy.
It's sort of a train themed song as well, and I thought I'd try and make the fiddle sound like a train, so I do this like daft thing. It's sort of not really worked, so you might need to use your imagination a wee bit.
There we go. 1, 2, 3.
Follow the fragrance like a moth to the light. Who knows what at this time of night? And won't you come with me? Take our train underground. The next station is. The next station is. Do you remember when we met at school? And my hair was long, I really looked like a fool. But you took my hand for a St. Bernard's waltz. And the next station is, the next station is. Your skin was grey and your hair was thin. It didn't make a fuss, it took it on the chin. Let's go out and drink beer for one last time. The next station is, the next station is. And take your bits of paper and wave them high in the sky. Everybody's dressed up and I've even worn a tie. Stories past and lessons learned. The next station is, the next station is. And won't you come with me? take our train underground. The next station is, oh, the next station is.
Well, thanks very much. I hope you're all having a lovely time at home. The sun is shining. We've got a wee cocktail or a gin and tonic, especially as it's Saturday. And there's been so much good music today, so it's a real privilege to be asked to come along and play today. We're gonna speed it up a bit though now after a nice wee mellow song, and we're gonna play a tune that Joe wrote, and it's called "The Good Ship Sinclair." And this was written for a very fine woman, who enjoys her drams, and that is Alison Sinclair, Joe's auntie, and she's a good quine on a night out. Oh, aye. You don't want to go toe to toe with her on the drinks, though. That would be a very, very, very poor choice.
Unwise. Cool. One, brilliant. Yeah, it's good to. Oh, it's great to play with the guys again. Oh, it's brilliant. And it's great to be here in Glowworm as well with all these fine technicians with us today. So yeah, we're gonna crack on now with another song. This is another one that I wrote, and it's called Spent Lees. And Spent Lees is just a big metaphor, but it's a part of the whiskey making process. And my dad worked in whiskey making for about 30 years of his life. So I wrote this wee song and sort of dedicated to that. Yeah, so it's a song, Spent Lees. Get me out of this old room. Can't be a day too soon, and we'll jump on a plane back home to you. And my hands pick up the phone, but they don't quite know where to go, because I know there's nothing here. It's truly my biggest fear. And I can't hear you now, and I can't see you now. And the stories that he told, with the words he made from gold, telling tales about a time long ago. And now we're left with our spent lease and a handful of keys, but there's nothing behind the door but a man upon the floor. And I can't hear you now, and I can't see you now. Spiders on the wall, they crawl. Oh, I can't concentrate. We must accept our fate. Forget the fabled gate. And you are leading me astray. No, I won't beg or plead or pray, 'cause I can't ask for you, I can't ask for you to stay. The spiders on the wall, they crawl. Oh, I can't concentrate. We must accept our fate. Forget the fabled gate. You are leading me astray. No, I won't beg, plead or pray, 'cause I can't ask for you, I can't ask for you to stay. Maybe we'll catch the bandit in your vein that's causing you this hell's dream. What has he got to gain? He doesn't care about my pain. And I can't hear you now, and I can't see you
Thank you very much. we'll speed things up a wee bit again now and start off with a tune that I wrote with a good pal of mine, Connor Markey, who's a great banjo player from Coatbridge, and we called that one the Brudenell River Slide. That's what we called it. I remembered as well.
It's been a long time,
just
Robbie.
in the nick of time. No worries. And we'll carry on with a reel of Joe's, and that's called The Smiling Morn, and that's named after, is it your uncle's boat? Is that? Sorry, I can't see you through the harp here.
We need to get a window for the harp.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do. Fantastic.
Thank
much. We're gonna do another song now, and this is I think one of the first songs we ever put together as a band. It's a really old song, very very old. Do you remember the date? Oh, how? No, we did know the date when it was written at one point, I think, but it's long gone, old, very old, and it's called Three Ravens, and it's a good old tragic number, and it tells the story of how a man dies in battle, and his beloved comes along and finds him, and she's so stricken with grief. She also then dies straight away because of the grief, and anyway, they get buried at two different parts in the graveyard, and over time, two flowers grow up from their graves, and they finally meet and intertwine at the top of the steeple of the church. So it's a good sad one, a good one for, cry into, I guess.
Which I'm sure we've all done quite a lot of
absolutely.
recently, so that's good. Aye. Anyway, here we go.
Into yon green grass field, or the lace squire, baith killed and dead. And his horse was standing by his side, and he thought that he should get on and ride. And his hounds were standing by his feet. Oh, they looked his stairs, they were so deep. Oh, they sang, play, but didn't let it on deep. And they sang, play, but didn't let it on deep. They sang, play, didn't let it. And there came a lady full of hope. She was big, the child, as she could go. And she stretched herself down by his side, and for the love of him she died. Buried in St. Mary's Kirk, and she was buried in St. Mary's Square. And at his grave there grew a fire, and there's a lily fair. And they grew till they grew to the kirk top, and there they kissed and true love's not. So don't you think but their love was true when under grief sick flowers did grow, and they sang they do not leave, and they sang they do not leave, they sang they do.
Thanks very much. We'll do one more set for you, and before we do, we'd like to give a massive thank you to everybody at Hands Up for Trad, and Simon, and Anna, who's been comparing all day as well, and on the technical side of things in the room as well, Andrea, Kia, Carla, Martin, and Ross, and everybody else involved. So thanks so much for having us. It's been a real pleasure. We'll finish up with a sort of older set of ours, I suppose, and that's called Two Birds.
Let's go for it. Anna,
Oh, we're on now.
Now, go for it.
Oh, guys, I'm just in the middle of writing technical difficulties for you there. We had a wee issue with the sound, but we're back with you. So, you've missed a couple of these lovely comments that we've had. Janice Burns, June Sinclair, a load of folk really enjoying Tanara's music there. What a fantastic quartet they are. And then over on the YouTube comments, this is what I have been enjoying. Barry Hall saying, thank you all for a wonderful 2 days of music. Last night was Evie's concert from here in Glowworm. He says we're from a small town in Massachusetts, USA, missing visiting Scotland, and then continues spending the day outside in the sunshine gardening and making barbecue with your wonderful broadcast, keeping us company. Well, you see, the thing is, Barry, that's great. I'm really delighted to hear that you're enjoying some good weather in Massachusetts. I went out to get a wee glass of water there, and it's actually tipping down snow here in Glasgow at the very moment that you're enjoying your outdoor afternoon. So I'm glad one of us is cosy out in the sunshine. So we have a couple of acts left for you. I'm going to play you a couple of tunes while we get set up. These are a pair of jigs. Some of my favourite jigs. The first one is called Malcolm's New Fiddle. It's a tune from Cape Breton written by the wonderful Jerry Holland. And then I think my all-time actual favourite tune, Out on the Ocean, after that. It's a common Irish tune, I think, often played in G, but I enjoy playing it in A. If you're playing along at home, these will be in E and A. Go for it, a wee bit carry folky, no bother. We're going to move back to Studio 2, the PD stage now, where we have a duo, a two-piece, a brother and sister act, who are going to play for you now. Binky Blue are a contemporary trad band from Ayrshire. We have brother and sister Jared and Rihanna Muir. Jared is an alumnus of the Plockton Traditional Music School, and Rihanna has just been accepted to go up there and start her 6th year at the end of the summer holidays. They're merging electronic pop and folk with trad to make an exciting and energetic sound. They've played all over Scotland, including a private performance for Miss Scotland, I believe, and some footballers. They've also just released their EP Islands. Enjoy Binky Blue.
Thank you very much. We are Binky Blue, and that was one of our brand new tunes called Antisocial Behaviour, except we've not recorded it yet. We're hopefully going to get that done sometime this year. And we're going to continue now with a tune that we have recorded. It's the opening track of our brand new EP. Well, I say brand new. It's not brand new. It's been out for a wee while now. We've just released it online, though, so if you fancy a listen, it's now up online. So this is the opening track from our brand new EP, Islands. And this tune is called Kildonan.
The next lot of tunes that we're going to go into is a slip jig and a jig. The first tune is a tune by Michael Rooney called Land's End. And then we're going to go into a second tune called Broken Fingers, written by my brother here on our mum's banjo, but he's not a banjo player, as you can tell. It was really funny actually watching my brother write this tune because he was playing all the wrong fingers. He was playing like the guitar fingering. So they looked a bit stiff in all the wrong places. So I named the tune Broken Fingers because this is what Jared looked like while he was playing it.
Thank you very much. We're going to slow it down a wee bit now with a tune that we also wrote for the EP. And a lot of the music that's on our EP wasn't actually the original music that we had intended to put on the CD. So when we had put everything together and decided that we were going to record, that was right when the first lockdown hit. So everything was delayed and we had all this free time to write lots of music. And this was one of the tunes that we wrote at the beginning of the first lockdown in our all of free time. So this tune is called Little Rose.
next tune that we're going to go into is another jig, which is also on our EP called Chase. We both called it Chase, but I think
Rihanna has named most of the tunes. I don't really get much say.
This one reminds me of cowboys. In the middle of the tune, you kind of hear the gallop in motion. So it's like a cowboy chase, and that's why we called it Chase.
We're going to continue with one of the original tunes when we were putting the EP together. So we had written this tune quite a while ago. In fact, we played it at the Celtic Connections last year on the Danny Kyle stage, except we didn't have a name for it at that point in time. However, over last year, over the sort of periods where we're allowed to get out and do things, we had a trip over to Arran. And the ferry ride over to Arran, I suffer terribly from seasickness. So that ferry trip reminded me of this tune, and in fact, this tune reminds me of all horrible ferry journeys that I've ever had. So I got to name this tune, and I've named it Out at Sea. Thank you. We have come to the last mile, which is a very well-known tune written by
Mark Stewart.
Mark Stewart, sorry, I always forget. Written by Mark Stewart, except I learnt this when I was up north in Plockton. So this was one of the 6th year sets, and I was on bass, so a lot of the guitar arrangement I have nicked from what we played up north. So if you want to hear the Plockton version, I think that's on the Hooked CD from 2017 to 2018. So this is our rendition of the Plockton rendition of Mark Stewart's Last Mile. Thank you very much. Just before I let Rihanna introduce the final set, I would like to say a big thank you to everybody at Hands Up for Trad for having us along here today. We have had a really good time and we're glad to get out the house to do something. So a big thank you to everyone there, and also thank you to everybody at the Glowworm Studios. Kevin on the sound, I'm sure he's been making us sound great, so thank you. And of course, thank you to everybody that's tuned in and watched our wee set. We hope you have enjoyed. We have been Binky Blue, and we'll leave you with one more set.
So the last set that we're going to be playing is a set of jigs by two Donegal fiddle players. The first one is called The Silver Hand by Liz Knowles, and the second one is off Liz Docherty's album New Hands, so we like to call it the set of hands.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done to Binky Blue. What a load of lovely comments we're having for them on the live stream. Iona Fife saying it sounds bra. Alan Reid is absolutely loving this duo. Rebecca Loughlin-Muir really enjoying it. Ken's working out that the Easy Club must have been a major influence on this pair as well. Sheila Loves his excellent and so much enthusiastic receiving? What's the word for it? Reception for this music. We've had such a lovely evening of music here. in fact, a lovely day. The whole thing has just been fantastic. We have one act left for you, just as they plug in and twiddle knobs and get their sound just so. I'm going to play another set of tunes and sing you a wee song, one for the ditch, as it were. The first tune I'm going to play for you is from the pen of Chris Drever. Fantastic singer-songwriter and this magic guitar player. I learnt it from Chris years ago, and I can't remember what the proper name is for it. He had a sort of working title for it, which is all I can remember, and it was called the Widdy Wash Wambanders. So he's got a different name for it now, but alas, I can't remember what it is. So it's kind of, I suppose it's a wee bit jazzy, a wee bit of a sort of chilled out evening tune. So. So here we are on a Saturday night. It's that time where it's maybe even starting to get a wee bit darker outside now that we're into summertime. you're maybe thinking, oh, it's time for one of those drinks out of the high-up cupboard or something. You're maybe just putting the kettle on. It's maybe time for chips and dips, maybe some crudités on the table. Whatever, however you spend your Saturday night, I hope you are enjoying the start of it here with us. So, with that in mind, this is going to be, I think, my last number for you from today. So I thought maybe something sing-alongy, something that if you had a house full of folk on a Saturday night, somebody's bound to bring a guitar with them, aren't they? There's bound to be one of those pass the guitar around and everybody knows a bit of a sing-along number. So, why not, I thought. The thing is, when you sing those songs and play those numbers in a party, there's like a whole room of people to join in and help you. So, hopefully you will all join in with this at home. A wee bit of Paul Simon. In this particular track, there is an instrument on the recording known as a talking drum. And I never knew that that's what that was until a couple of months ago. Somebody told me. I just thought it was somebody making a really weird noise. So I had tried to learn how to make that noise. If I feel brave enough, I might try it during the song. But it's that thing that goes like that in the track. If you know the song, you'll know that bit I'm thinking about. So yeah, maybe if you fancy doing that as well, go for it. The mama pajama rolled out of bed and she ran to the police station. When the papa found out, he began to shout and he started the investigation. It's against the law. It was against the law. And what the mama saw, it was against the law. Ooh, the mama looked down and spit on the ground every time my name gets mentioned. The papa said, oh, if I catch that boy, I'm gonna stick him in the house of detention. And I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. I'm taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rosie, the queen of Corona. I see you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. I see you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. In a couple of days they come take me away, but the press let the story leak. When the radical priests come to get me released, we's on the cover of Newsweek. And I'm on my way. I don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way. I'm taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rosie, the queen of Corona. I see you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. I see you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. I see you, me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Quite hard to finish a song that's got a fade out and the talking drum. Thank you for joining in. I'm sure you did. So we have come to the last act of the evening, but before we have the last act of the evening, we have to say some thank yous. So back out with the index cards, just to give one final shout out, one final thank you to all of the fantastic technical crew here at Glowworm Studios. Thanks, of course, to Glowworm for hosting the event. We've got Andrea, Keir, Ross, Carla and Kevin on the sound and welcoming committee, and we have got Martin and Connor on the cameras and all of the visuals. Simon Toomere from Hands Up for Trad is sitting out there in the sort of nerve centre mission control cupboard. If any of you have seen Apollo 13, the Ed Harris character who's the flight controller in that film, that's kind of how I've been imagining Simon. He's got a headset for talking to all the guys, and he's just done a fantastic job of that. So thanks, of course, to Simon and Hands Up for Trad for hosting this fab event, and to Creative Scotland for funding it and supporting it and helping it happen. Of course, lots of courses. All of you who have tuned in, I know that a lot of you have stayed with us through the entire day. I quite like the idea that we've just been playing away here, having our musical afternoon and evening in Glasgow, and we've maybe just been the background noise to your normal Saturday. You've maybe been sitting down paying really deft attention. I don't know. Whatever you've been up to, we're delighted that you've made us part of your day and that you've definitely been part of ours. So thank you for tuning in. Remember, check out the Wednesday lunchtime Hands Up for Trad live events on Facebook and lots of other upcoming live music from the Hands Up for Trad organisation. Now, on to your last band for tonight. A Glasgow-based 5-piece who are surely going to get you up out of your seats, boogieing around, not watching Casualty, not paying attention to any of the news or any of the telly. Get your music turned up loud. We've got fiddle, pipes, flute, guitar and drums. A band that's been on the go since 2015. Keep an eye out for them. Get them followed on the social media. Sign up for mailing lists, whatever you've got like that. They've got 2 new singles coming out in the next little while. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today, and please have a rip-roaring Saturday night enjoying the music of Doska.
thank you very much. We are Doska, and it's great to be here at Glowworm Studios in Glasgow. We're recording today for Hands Up for Trads 2021 showcase. So we're going to kick things off again here with a set of old jigs. I won an original Doska set back in the day. This is Oblique.
Thank
Thanks very much, invisible audience. Oh, Charlie was going to introduce this one, wasn't he?
I can try.
Go on.
I can definitely try. This is a tune by Luke called Technical Difficulties. It's a new one. Yeah, and then we're going to follow it with a couple of tunes by James. I don't think the first one even has a name, but the second one is called Free the Wookiees. So here we go.
Thanks so much. It's nice being able to hear people applauding and stuff. I don't know where they are actually, but it's nice. Anyway, so we're going to do another old set. The Accidental Thumb, this is called. It's a tune written by Chazza Stewart over here. I think it's about the accidental, you know, when you like give someone a thumbs up on Facebook for something really inappropriate. I think that might have been the story. And then a couple of other tunes before that, some reels. So we're going to do a little sort of mash-up now for you. It's another couple of old sets, a couple of old favourites. The great Brian Finnegan tune, Two for Joy. And then we're going to go into a classic pipe jig, Jamie McGregor's. Jamie McGregor's? Jamie McGregor's. Okay.
Thank you very much. We're going to finish up things here now with a new set that's going to be with you all very shortly in a few months. We're going to release this as a single, hopefully in June or July. June or July at some point. So yeah, thanks very much for having us. Thanks to everyone at Glowworm for listening to us and putting up with us. And we're going to finish off now with a new set, one of Luke's. This is called Meads Must.